Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. It's a little cold and snowy-ish, but sun peeking out every now and then.
Oh, it's snowing in Pittsburgh.
It had been. It's now just overcast. So we had a fairly sunny day yesterday, but the day before that it snowed all day long.
Hmm.
So
We haven't had snow yet.
yeah, we had enough snow for the grandkids to get out and make snowmen. It probably about, I don't know, three to 4 inches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, all righty. Well, let's see. I'll close this down here on the video and let you share away.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My first question is I copied these charts from another job that we had done. I,
Yep.
I did the clipboard paste thing that you showed me how to do.
Uh-huh.
And I modified this one, but I can't get all the information to show up on it.
Oh, okay.
How do I do that?
You've got an extra line in there, is what it is. Let me see here. Let me show you that. I'll request remote. Okay, so what it is here is the see, as you try to make that bigger, all you're doing, you're just changing
Right.
the relative size. Those line up. So what it is that this object uh, encompasses here is whatever it was that was copied and pasted from the other source application. So if that has changed in the sense that you've made it, uh, a different tabulation, like maybe you need not just the original 3 lines instead of 4 in there, or
Yeah, that's what I did. It only had 3 lines before, and I put a fourth in.
right. So what we have to do is actually go back and re-select and then recopy that data, because this, and I don't know why necessarily that this is not, I don't know if we can simply do it like this. Let me see if we can. No. Um, See, I don't know. There should be something over here that would allow you to fix it, but apparently not. Let's see here. See, there's no indicators here of how many rows or columns or a source um, address range. None of that is here, and it is an embedded. So what we need to do then instead is to we're going to paste special, and is that right? So we'll paste that here, and then we can get, although, yeah, that's right. So now we can get rid of that one and bring this, oops, move. We'll put him right there. All right. So, yeah, what you would think, Mike, what my thoughts, my ideas would be that it makes some sense if you could simply double click this and make your changes and have it show back up. The problem is it doesn't know how much room to take up when it goes back where it is.
Uh,
So it always takes up the original. Now, there probably ought to be some kind of mechanism that allows you to adjust the original,
yeah.
but just because of the nature of the link, I think we're always going to have to delete and repaste. Now this, take a look at something. That frame showing up. If I did this, okay, so that's, let's see here. Yeah, all right. I was trying to get that little line to not show up. I don't know that it will when it plots or not. I'm not sure. Probably will. Oh well. Okay.
Okay, now let me show you some of the things I'm trying to do here and having, let me have the mouse for just a second. This is part of this lot and it's included in the area, but it's also an access easement. And should be an access easement weight line,
I see.
not, not a boundary line.
Yep.
Um, so how do I do that? How do I have just part of this?
Right. Well, the only way to be able to do that is to make them into separate lines.
Oh, the other thing is that this when I gave it the bearing and distance, it's giving the whole distance for the entire line.
Okay. That's because that is, if we take a look at that line, see when I select it, you see what its shape is?
Yeah.
So that's what it's reading. So what we have to do to fix that is we would get rid of this one and then we would stretch this guy back to that location right there. That fixes your distance. Okay. And then
Wow,
we need,
you did that with a stretch.
yeah, it was, well, let's do an undo and undo and undo. All right. One more time. Okay. So now when I look at that, this is the geometry.
Right.
It is a polyline. It starts there over on the left and it goes all the way to, it starts at 205, goes to 217 to 212. So we either need to simply erase that and redraw from 205 to 207, then 207 to 217, or blah, blah, blah. Or it's geometry that can be grip edited. So I went to the grip that's at 212 and I hovered over it with the mouse. I'm going to let you do all this when I talk you through it.
Okay.
So hover over 212 and we're going to remove that vertex. Okay. So now it's a polyline that only has 2 vertices, but I'm going to hover over that 217. And once it highlights, I'm going to click the left button and then I'm going to move the mouse. You can let the button up now. We'll go back and, I'm sorry, click it.
Click stretch or just click the.
Well, you can choose stretch, but it's redundant. You can just click and drag. Okay, so now as you're moving it, you want to get to the end point or the center of that circle. Either one would work. Okay, so that shortens that, and now it's also a 2-point polyline, but it only goes from 205 to 207. So
Okay.
now what you want to do is press escape so nothing's selected. And let's choose to draw a 2D polyline. And for now, it says layer and all that kind of stuff. There's a button that says pick. So let's pick. And let's pick a line that's on the layer that you want. Like you see that easement line right there. Yes. Okay. So that's the one you're going to want. And then say, okay. Although it says it's on layer wells. I'm not sure why, but that's all right. Go ahead. All right. So now you can either choose that center point or you can type 207 to 217 to 212, your choice. And then hit enter to finish. Okay. Now select it, that line, and right click and set your display order, draw order, which is all the way down toward the bottom, and put it in the back so it's behind the circles. There you go. Now, let me see something here. Is this? Yeah, see, that's not. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. It said wells because that's your current layer now. That's why when we drew it, but it went ahead and made it correctly.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, now I'm going to need to dimension these lines. So I would go to annotate.
Yep.
Angle distance.
Uh-huh.
And let's see for the top. It's going to do both of those lines, isn't it?
It depends. If you do an auto annotation, it will.
Okay. I want to do, let's see, I want to do bearing and distance like that for the top one.
Okay.
And for
Well, it's waiting for you to pick another one. Now, if you're through, you have to hit enter. So otherwise, if you do that, you won't be able to read it. But now go back to the menu.
move this thing.
Well, you can move that, yeah. No, wrong grip. In fact, instead of trying to do that with the grip, select it again and choose the move command, yeah. And they'll go from, well, let's see. You gave it an arbitrary start point. You need to make sure you've got some kind of geometry that you're snapping to begin with. Whoops,
Escape.
oh crap, hold on a minute. There we go. All right, now, I'm gonna undo that. So if we take this item and we're going to move it. So instead of just picking anywhere out here, I'm going to make sure I get, see if I get that endpoint
Yes.
or that intersection, whichever one it is that I want. Let's see, or even this one. It's now I've got something that I can, as long as I snap to any point along this line, it's going to always be along that line.
Okay.
Okay. And so that's going to be a nearest snap, and I could put it like right here. Whoops. I've got to actually let it snap. And let's clear up a little bit of this. If I get this.
Let me ask you a question about the point numbers while we're there. If I freeze the point numbers on this on this, they'll still show up in the model, right?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that's what I intend to do. By the time I turn it in, I'm going to get rid of the point numbers on here.
Okay, so yeah, so if you if we see, for instance, we just come up and freeze, there they've gone away.
Yeah.
Now see, they're still there.
Yep.
And that's exactly right. The way to be thinking about it is that what happens in Vegas here is going to stay in Vegas. So that's
Okay.
that's what we did. Now to dimension this line here, in fact, I would maybe also do something with this. Let's see, let's go to here. I'm going to put some spaces in there. And then I'm just going to move this. Actually, I see a little bit of, oh. And then I think I want to put even a few more in there.
You
Okay,
can
so
treat those like text when they're annotated.
that's because that's all in the world they are, is text. That's the beauty of Carlson, is that they're text. You know, and in the case of this one, that's a piece of text. There's a piece of text. Now there is a setting you can tell it to generate multi-line text, so that would all be one unit. But regardless, the whole thing is, you know, Carlson reads that geometry, and even when the geometry changes, it rereads it and recomputes it. But it's still, at the end of the day, just, if you look over here in the properties, we see it's just a piece of, well, that is M text, it's just a piece of text. Okay, same thing here. Just, you know, no different than, say, this guy is also a piece of, in this case, a piece of text.
Right.
Okay. So yes, to answer that question is yes, you can do that as just a piece of text. Now, for this dimension, you have several options. You need to put a note table entry, in which you would call that like L1, L2, just like on the subdivision plat, or we can just leader it in and put it over here. Probably the best thing to do is if that's really all we're going to need to dimension.
Okay, so that would be under annotate.
Uh-huh.
Angle distance.
Yeah, and or maybe come on down a few to annotate with leader right there.
Okay.
And let's see.
Bearing distance with leader.
There you go.
And then it says select line or polyline.
Okay, now you see as you move the mouse, it's going to show you where it's going to put that frame. The text is going to take the place of that rectangle that you see, and that leader will point to it.
All I have to do is click on the mouse.
Yeah, you click to show it the endpoint. There it is.
Beautiful.
All right.
Okay, now let me ask you another question. You see this back line here? What I'd actually like to do here is put a single bearing across here and then put individual distances.
Sure. Okay.
But I've been unable to do that. It would let me see which annotate command. That would be annotate angle distance, and then which one would you use for that?
Well, you would use bearing, either depending on which direction the line's drawn, you would use either the over or under for bearing. But that would mean that it has to be a line that goes from this upper point to this lower point. Okay.
Okay,
right.
And I don't think it does.
Right. So, and that's what they call those interior dimensions there. So because these are three individual pieces of lines, really all you have to do is just simply, because those are all the same bearing, right?
Yeah.
So you would say, take this one and this one and hit the delete key.
All right.
Yeah, simple as that. And now what's going on up here? With that one. I'm gonna first of all pull this out a little bit like that. Now this bearing, it's going to be done much like the back side.
Right.
Okay. So I think everything looks good there. Is this bearing and this bearing to be the same as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So a couple things, you could slide that down so it sort of splits the difference, or you could use endpoints, or you can just leave it alone. Well, I don't know. You could leader in the.
That's probably the best thing to do would be to leader it in.
Yeah.
So you go to annotate and annotate with leader.
Yeah. And I would just do a bearing. And then you're going to click that segment, and then you're going to place it, but it's going to, well, you know what? I don't know that I'd worry about using a leader. Press escape. I think it'll show up just fine like it is.
But then I have to do bearing distance, right?
Right. So press escape again, and then you undo. There you go. Now do a bearing and distance, and I think you'll be okay. I was afraid it's going to be too jammed up, but it looks okay.
Let's see. I think that would be that one.
All right. There you go.
Okay.
All right. And so now these interior distances here. Well, first of all, do you need this exterior distance shown for this lot?
Which one?
For lot 27, do you need this call to show the exterior distance total?
Yes, I will. I'll need this distance on that line.
Okay. So that's going to be obviously the summation of 50 feet, this distance, and this distance. And we're going to have to do that because we don't have a single line, or I'm sorry, not the 50 feet.
Right.
So we don't have we don't have a single line from there to there. We may have one on that layer called boundary that in fact, we do actually. But remember, we broke all of these apart. Huh. That's very odd. See there what happened?
Yeah.
So good thing we caught that.
Yeah, really.
Because that changes that, everything. And that all happened because we had to move all this stuff, remember?
Right.
All righty. So now, glad that's over with. So let's make sure these are all pointing to the right lines. Their endpoints are pointing to the right points. They look good. Okay. So now there is a single line that goes the whole distance. So that could be done bearing in distance like so. Well, not that.
The other one.
Yeah, I meant to do this one. There we go. Okay, so that's for that. But now we need individuals for in here.
Right.
We don't have that actually showing in this viewport because remember we changed all that so that we could use these as individual lines, and yet we still kept the parcel. See, there were double lines over here because the one polygon. So what we need to do is go out to the model.
That line weight changed, didn't it? On the.
Oh, no, I think it was just a regen issue. Yeah. Good catch though. All right, so what we have to do is come back here and let's find the lines that are the actual parcel lines, and that's probably this. No, that's lots plot. So it's this. Yes, it's this lots layer. So if we want to be able to put the distance only in these little short lines, let's make it easier on ourselves first of all, and let's isolate the line work that we need. So we're going to isolate layers right here, and we're going to choose that line, and we're going to choose the layer. We'll choose one of these bearing and distances, and we'll hit enter. So that's all we have up there. So we have a closed polyline here. We have a closed polyline here, here, whoops, obviously the other one, that one, and here, okay? Those are our parcels. Those are the things that are going to automatically annotate. We annotated that long one here, that's fine. Now we need to annotate, let's see what's going on with this. Okay, so now we need to annotate the distance only of these three ends. Now you may find when that happens that these back here are going to recompute, in which case we'll just select those bearings again and get rid of them, or we'll figure out we'll do the bearing only on the outside and then do individual distance. So I'll let you drive, I'll let you put in the distance only of those end in lines.
I think
It's probably,
I think it's that one.
I don't know. Try that one first. And if it's built clockwise,
Yeah, wrong one.
no, it wasn't. So there you go.
Not coming up on that one.
All right, it's there we go. Sometimes, you know, I just lucked out and got in between the pattern on the other one. Okay. So we finished that. I concluded the command by hitting enter for you. And then let's go back to restore the layers. So that's that little icon next to the isolate. There you go. Now go back to your map and it should be exactly what you're looking for. Okay.
All right.
Now, do you need your well circles and your septic reserve outlines? Should they be solid like that or should they be dashed?
Um, I don't know that it matters. What do you think from a taste point of view? You think they should be dashed?
Well, maybe, but the thing to keep in mind is you've got the setbacks are dashed and all that, and the easements are dashed. So we have to make sure that they're visually different.
Right.
And so there's a couple of options is that we could, well, one of the things I want to do here too is on at least on this one, I want to try to change its generation through the corners so that the corners show up. I was getting a gap, much like I am right here.
Yeah.
So if I change that, that other one looks fine. That one looks fairly good. All right, so now, so what we want to do to differentiate these? Oh, and do we need to say the word well over here?
Yeah.
All right, so we're just going to copy. There to there. And now, so we want these to be visible, but we don't really necessarily want to draw a lot of attention to them. So as far as being bold, so we'll probably change their color, maybe make them that grayish looking thing. Let me fix, that's got that same corner issue up there. Okay, there we go. Now, so we'll probably make them one of the gray colors. Also here too, you see how the words septic reserve are gray and the words well are black?
Yeah.
What are your,
I can do the little paint thing with that paintbrush thing.
you can, yeah, to match one to the other. It's all right. It'll just click and try it again. There you click and then, yeah. Okay. All right. So that now puts those all on the same even footing. So let's do the same thing with their areas. Now there's a couple things we can do. We'll make the outlines gray. We'll make them dash, but we'll make the dash pattern smaller. You could also do a color shade, you know, like a hatch pattern fill, but like just a gray shaded area that's sometimes useful, but it's it also can be a little much and can be a little distracting. So I think if the outlines are clear enough. Now, one thing I do notice too is I see that you've got contour labels, but I see no contours. So that tells me that those contour layers are frozen. Are they meant to be on this?
No, don't need contours on this.
So we need to also freeze that layer in here. Okay, so now that you're in the viewport, go up to the toolbar there and choose freeze layer. There you go. All right, now that was the frame of the wipeout. Now choose the number itself. There you go. Okay, hit enter to finish. All right, so that'll take care of that. I would consider, now what you got to do when you're looking at this is keep in mind that this line that you see, that's the PDF of the vicinity map.
Right.
That's not really there.
Right.
All right. So, but you might want to, you know, for instance, just, you know, get it out of the lines. That one's fine. That one's fine. However, this, which looks like it's in the paper space, which it is. What does that refer to? Is it just lot 27 or is it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if we can't reposition at least part of it.
Now that you've said that, no, that refers to the whole thing.
Oh.
So maybe that actually belongs in the title block. I don't know where we, well, there it is. It is in the title block. It's not in that form.
Okay. Mat 15, 3.3. Yeah. Oh, okay. Then it probably, I would just leave it off.
Just come out of there altogether.
Yep. So we'll just exit that. There we go. I think that's fine. Now, a couple of things. We can look at, sorry, let's go back inside our frame and let's find out what layer this is on. That's on septic. That's on layer wells. Okay. So we need to change the, well, first of all, if we change the appearance of those layers within this viewport, then anything that's on those layers is going to take on that characteristic. And one of the things I'm thinking about is this well symbol, which is also on wells. So if we make this, you know, a dashed line, for instance, by layer, then it may also make this a dashed line by layer as well. That's just, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how the block is built. So let's take a look and see.
Oh, before I forget it, can we take a break at 3 o'clock again so I can go feed my animals?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so we're looking for septic and wells while inside this viewport to change their color and their line style. So staying in the viewport, we go to our layer manager and we find, what was it? Septic and wells, right? We have septic here and we have wells all the way down here. So I'm going to select one. Oh, it won't let me control click it. Okay. All right, we'll just do them one at a time. All right, so starting with septic, everything defined here is what works in the model tab. So we're going to go over here to the right edge and show what we want to have happen in the viewport tab. Instead of being green, which changes its color to black based on the page setup, I know that I've got these colors down here available to me that don't get changed. So I'll choose this one, 253. You'll see that'll be a nice gray. And let's keep its line weight, sort of slight, which the default is probably sufficient, but I don't know what the default is defined as being right now without looking it up. So I'll make it 0.2. We'll take a look at how that looks. And then the line type, instead of continuous, we're going to make that could be any one of these. There's an audit. Here's a -2, looks pretty good. And then we're going to do the same thing for wells. So 253-2 and 0.2. So we'll come down to wells, come back over to here. We'll make them 253-2 and 0.2. Okay, and then we'll close. And now we're going to do a regen all, and there they are. Okay, but now notice they look exactly the same as the setbacks because they are the same color and line style. So to differentiate those, if we select each one of those individually, well, I mean, collectively as a group, but we select them, and instead of making their properties be everything by layer, we can't change the line type scale of those based on their layer membership, but we can come up here now that they're selected and look at some common properties. And one of the common properties is this line type scale. And right now with one, they're the same as those others. If we say, let's go to half of that, then you can see they're going to be, the dash pattern gets a little smaller.
Yeah.
So let's take it down even to maybe 0.2 and see what that looks like then. So that now looks like a proper dash as indicate, and we can tell that it's not the same dash as the setback limits. And it might even be, maybe we want to make that maybe just a little bit bigger. So instead of 0.2, we'll make it say 0.3. And so a lot of times, and a lot of this cartographic crap is just a matter of taste and visual preference. Okay, so take a look and see what it looks like, see if it looks okay. If it doesn't clarify what you're trying to say, then you need to, think of a different approach. Now, notice when we change the layers for well, that even the symbol took on the color and would be the same line type too if the block that makes the symbol were made with a line whose property was use the line type of by layer. It's probably not. It's probably said it's got a discrete line type of continuous. Now, one other thing I noticed here, you see how this dash line lies over top of the black line?
Yeah,
Again, that's the order thing. So what I'd like to do is to take all of those, again, because it's not the most prominent feature on my map. It's not what I want to have, sticking out on top of everything. I'll simply do what, or you will simply do what?
right click
Yeah,
and go draw order and then
so
back.
exactly right. Okay. So far, so good. I'm liking it.
I am learning. It's it's slow, but it's
Well, here's part of the trade-off too, Mike. I could sit here and do this for you in about 5 minutes, but that doesn't help you any.
right.
But I can also coach you through every single click and utterance and give you all the background behind it. But then that means you're winding up taking days to do something that shouldn't take so long, and and that gets into costing more money. So I'll show you a few things and then let you do the actual change, let you
Right.
make those different. So much like we did down here, when I moved that 25-foot marker, look at this one. All right, and you see we've got this
Yeah.
in the way now. So I need to bring that back down to here, or up anywhere in between there. So I want to move that. In fact, it might even do well to move this one to here, and then now that that's moved up to match, I can just, let's put this, uh, see, it goes into a leader. I don't want it to be a leader. Let's see. Think about this for a second. If I take, that's a good place to document both of those. Well, maybe, maybe not. Let me think about that. Because really it's the setback.
Yeah, I had mixed feelings about putting the dimension on the setback because in the note I say what the setbacks are.
Yeah, that's over here in the notes too, right?
Yeah, so I don't know that it's kind of redundant to put that.
Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe it's just better to take those off.
Let's do that.
Cluttered.
Let's do that because I think you identify them as what they are. I think that's clear. Uh, you've got them labeled,
Yeah,
and then you've said over here what their dimensions are. And then these, which are the easement dimensions, I think those, oh, here's another one that can come away, right?
right.
That might be a pretty good decision. All right. All right. So again, I said I think you're getting a handle on that. I would maybe just do a wee bit of a, oh, come on.
What happened there?
I missed that and I got the PDF and so it brought it up front.
Okay.
So what I really wanted to do is just get that just a skosh off of that line in that circle.
Yep, I see.
All right. Now I see we've got right here, there's not much space in between these double-digit note numbers. And oh, let's see, where can I see the, that's where I want it to be. Get this to settle down enough. So if I scoot that out just a skosh more, see, I'd like to be able to go halfway between what it was and what it is now, but I don't think I can. Yeah, see, it's one or the other. It's either jammed up unless I can get it. No, see, it's still one or the other. All right. But then that gets,
See, I had to stick an extra note up on the left-hand side at the top where I said additional notes.
oh, okay. Now, let me think about this. We could do this. Ah,
Looks like it's a different font size.
yeah, it is. So what I'm going to do, I want to should be a paste unformatted, but I guess there's not. All right, so let's do this, and we'll see what this text is 1250. So we'll go select all. Ah, hang on. Let's try this again. All right. I'm going to copy that text. Should be able to do it that. Okay. Now what is that? That's saying 1250. Okay. This doesn't make any sense as to why this is working this way. It really doesn't. Oh, that'll work.
What'd you do?
Well, I pasted it. I saw that it came in at a larger size. And that's because that was what my current text size was set to.
Yeah.
So then I just kept it selected and then typed manually in the same size that this text up here is. So that should work for that. And then we can get rid of this. And I guess that. Okay. Now, do you know these numbers?
Don't know them yet.
Okay. 2 and 4. Why is that? So that 0 should be lined up under the D. I don't know why it's not. But oh well. Let's take that space back out of it. Take that. Should this be capitalized?
Probably not.
I understand that probably came from a previous set of,
Came from another drawing that we did. Yeah.
yeah, where the notes were all capitalized. Yeah, that's. All right, well, I'll let you,
Well, actually, that came from the concept drawing that we did
yeah,
of the same property.
okay, but I think its original source. See, here it is too. So I probably have it wrong on my original one that came from. You see how these notes are all uppercase?
Yeah.
And it depends on the style of what I'm after. Sometimes it depends on, that's dictated to me. I don't have any choice. So I think we're in good shape. With that, that keeps you from breaking your notes apart. If we needed to, we could at some point scoot it over and get a little more width, but I think we're in good shape there. Let's do a final regen. There's our spreadsheets. And I would say let's double check any dates. All right, here's an issue. And anything and everything that might sort of come back and bite you, I would simply because this is looking like it's all on the same sort of line as the other text, I'd put it away just a little bit. Well, looks pretty good as far as what you have there. Now, there may be other things you're trying to do with it. So,
No, I think that really addressed all of my issues.
all right. Uh, these are all nuns. Does that need to say NA down here?
Probably so, yeah.
All right, so that, now here's the nice thing about this. We'll copy that, paste that, copy that, and paste that. Then when I save that and come back here and regen, well, it should. Save. Oh, looks like I closed it. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Maybe I had to close it before it updates fully. I don't know. Okay. Yep, I would just go down your ordinance requirements as a checklist. Make sure you got everything that it's asking for. Your vicinity map looks good. And I would certainly do, this kind of thing, put it out as this PDF. And let's just put it right here on the old desktop, test, save, and then open that up for me. It's on your desktop called test. There you go. And then I would, oh, see, good thing we looked at it. Okay. Now, why do you suppose that thing is printing red? Little hint, I know the answer here, but I want to have you start to think a little bit about this.
The something in the plot is has the wrong setting.
Well, no, I mean, what normally drives our color? Remember we did the boundaries around the well and the septic reserve.
Yeah,
And we did that by setting a layer characteristic, right?
right.
And we had almost everything plots to black except a few grays. And
Right.
obviously there's one that plots to this red looking thing. So we can go ahead and close this file right now. We know we need to fix it. So, so let's take a look at what layer, first of all, that those things are on. And I see it's on a layer called annotation, and it's got that red looking colored layer.
Yeah.
So because it's on annotation, let me see if is this also on annotation? No, see, that's on wells. That really probably shouldn't be on wells. All of those things should probably be on, what is this? Title block notes. So let's put those two things on title block notes. And their color is set to by layer. So that will, it feel certain, resolve that. We could have changed annotation, because if I look at annotation, and this is going to be out in the overall color because we're not in a viewport. We are in paper space, but we're not in a specific viewport. But if I look at my annotation, I see that's that color red. So red as a specific color, if I look at my page setup manager and I look at this style table up here, this print style table, and I find out from color red, well, see, it's supposed to change it to black. Apparently didn't. All right. Why not? I don't know. Let's see if this was. Huh. It was on annotation, right?
Yeah.
Annotation. See, I would have thought because you see that viewports red, that's on layer viewports,
Yeah.
but it's not color red. That's a color 241. That's why it looks sort of salmon colored here.
Yeah.
But when it plots based on this, I go to that color 241, which is that sort of salmon color, but I tell it to plot with red. But now why? See, that was supposed to be black. If it is, whoops. Well, anyway. So something was making that red to show up in the PDF. So now we'll try that again by printing it again. And we'll simply replace, there's desktop, we'll call it test. That's a little better. I'm still a little concerned with this. You see the dot, 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 dot versus this nice smooth color? So we've got a little bit of transference going on there. So that little bit of difference in how that did. But let's take a look over here while we're still here. North arrow looks fine in relation to this. General notes, those blanks look fine. Vicinity map looks nice. Ooh, except it's sort of, it looks sort of gray on that frame, but I think it's actually black. Okay. All right, so let's see if we can't chase down that last little difference here. And see how we go about this. Now that was type embedded Excel spreadsheet. This is type embedded, but its print quality is monochrome. Whereas let's make it high graphics. Although this one, I don't think gave us that. Well, let's try it. See if that fixes it. Looks like it did. Okay. I could live with that. Let's see, the only thing you might, in fact, I think maybe we should, is we'll pull those tables a little bit off that left edge. Because right now they're jammed up against it, and we'll give it some white space. So let's just take all three of these, or two of these really. We'll move, and I'll turn off my snaps momentarily. And I'm just going to eyeball to get the same left distance as the split between the two, and I'll get that same distance on the above the line, or hope to. I've also got a thing there, and looks like something was shifted a little bit, Mike, maybe at some point. Don't really need these. Okay. We'll save, we'll test the plot one last time. That looks a little better. Okay. I think that's got you.
That looks pretty good.
Okay. In fact, if that works for you, if you don't find anything else you need to clean up about it, just rename that and you're in good shape. What the heck is this? Well, my dear darling just brought me down yet another one of those ubiquitous Amazon packages that shows up on the doorstep.
Oh, I have a question.
Yep.
You see this red thing over here, which looks like a viewport?
Yes, it
Maybe
is
a
actually.
viewport. I double clicked on that last night while I was working to see what it was. And my whole drawing disappeared.
Yeah, because when you double click on the edge of a viewport in IntelliCAD, it takes you to that and it maximizes it. If you double click on the inside of it though, you'll see it thicken up, like just like it. Yeah, go to the inside. Now double click now. See?
Yeah, okay.
So that is a viewport, and that was the one that we used when we had the legend on the other sheet.
Okay.
You're certainly free to just erase it. Oh, look at this. My business partner, he keeps sending me boxes of cigars. I can't smoke these fast enough.
I didn't know you had a business partner.
Well, in my the stuff that I do for all these government jobs,
Yeah.
he's a retired Army colonel from his last Army assignment was as the commander of the Pittsburgh post of the Corps of Engineers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he's a West Point grad, but he's been a dear friend for gosh 20 years. And
what's his name?
His name's David Ridenauer, Ridenour. And he technically, I guess, whatever. He's a disabled, a service disabled veteran, and he owns a small business. So that's part of what we use to get hired on the projects. And so, and now, and he is an engineer. He's a civil engineer. That's his degree from West Point. He is a PE, but he hasn't done any kind of real engineering work in 40 years. You know, he's been an Army officer and all that. So, but he's really, really good at, you know, navigating project details and, you know, he used to be the American head of a company in Arlington called American International Contractors Incorporated. And they had all these contracts with the State Department and USAID, you know, and they built embassies and such overseas. They did a lot of work in Iraq and in Syria and Egypt, you know, and he would go over there and he would work with these folks. So, I mean, he's a tough guy, and he's a consummate business type person, and, you know, knows how to roll his sleeves up and get all these things done and negotiated. I can't, it's not that I can't do that. I despise doing that kind of stuff. I loved, you know, I'm happy as I can be when I can be a technical dweeb.
Right.
And so my whole career has been, that's where my strengths had been developed. That's where I focused my efforts, and that's what I got good at. And I'm not really all that good at being a business person like he is. So it's a great little symbiosis that, you know, I need him. I use him to help me, you know, make sure things are as a good business person. However, all of that being said, he, you know, he also leaves me to do all of these things that I'm doing on my own, that's just me on my own.
Right.
You know, but any of this other stuff, he gets basically half of what we charge because he's running that business side of it all.
Right.
So anyway, it's just been a nice little thing. And then so what happens is we've had a couple of projects that have just really been getting us down or getting, you know, there's time issues, there's all kinds of things going on. And so and he knows I'll work up into the night and uh you know all of and quite often we'll work beyond what we're getting paid to do just to make sure the jobs are done and done well. So he'll periodically send me these nice little surprise gifts, but man, he's been sending me these things lately. This is, I've got two unopened boxes still, and he sent me another, and they're not big boxes. And of course, it's not like I smoke cigars 24 hours a day either. And now that it's winter time, I won't. But these are like, you know, $15 cigars a piece.
What kind of cigars do you like?
These are Oliva. It's a brand called Oliva, and it's these Series V. This what they call the V series, and so you know they're nice Nicaraguan, I think, but just a real quality cigar that you know I'd occasionally get them when I was feeling flush, but you know he would. Since he's been doing it here of late, I'm going to quit buying my own cigars.
Do you have humidors and all that stuff?
I do, yeah, but it's just you know, a little desktop type humidor. It's not a big walk-in cabinet or anything. So, but yeah, it's
If he keeps giving you cigars, you're going to have to get one.
I know it. I know it. In fact, you know, the way COVID has changed everything about American business, I think, you know, I would be justified in building an addition onto my house as my office annex, and I can put, you know, big industrial exhaust fans in there, and I'll have a nice place to go have a cigar in the winter.
While we're here and we have a little bit of extra time, and this drawing is pretty much put to bed, could we create a couple of prototype drawings?
Sure.
Could I turn this into a prototype drawing called minor subdivision prototype?
Yeah.
I'd
Yes.
like 3 prototypes. One would be boundary slash merger. One would be a minor subdivision, and the other one would be a concept plan.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be fine. One of the things I would look at doing here a bit is are these all, they're all, see that justification,
Yeah.
middle center?
Yeah.
So for them to be lined up, the dots that you see in the middle of each of these pieces of text should all be on a straight line.
Okay.
So they're not lined up. Now, AutoCAD, for whatever reason, after all these years, still will not give anybody a command to line things up along, you know, to match centers. They just refuse to do it. I don't know why. So you have to do it sort of independently, and let's see what we can do. We can do this. If I take a line, if I draw a polyline, and I'm going to go from the insertion point of this one, and I'm going to hold the shift key down so that it's a true vertical line. Okay, so there's that one. Now I'm going
doing that horizontally, and you held the shift key down. Would it make it a true horizontal line?
exactly right. So I'm going to do that very same thing. I'll draw another 2D polyline, and I'm going to snap from this endpoint, and I'll hold the shift key down and go that way. See?
Okay.
So I'll put that out to the side there. Now we're going to copy this one from that endpoint to the insertion point, which is right here, of this one and of this one. And you can see that it would have been much more efficient had I turned on my insertion point snap instead of having to do this for each one, but I'm almost done. And then finally, insertion point. Okay, so now I've got a bunch of words that are centered on the endpoints of each of their lines, but they need to be shifted over to where those endpoints all line up on this line. Okay. So I'm going to take this line and I'm going to choose to extend, and I'm going to just drag across that, and that pushes, well, supposed to have, let's see, just maybe try it, extend. All right, so I'm going to extend this line, that line. Those two lines are over the edge. So is that one, but there's one there. Okay, and so now since it's over the edge, I'm going to shift click. Except apparently that's not going to let me. Can't get to it quite far enough. All right. Let's trim. There we go. All right. And I'll trim these two. All right, that one looks okay. All right, so now what I need to do is to move all of these pieces of text to the endpoints of those lines. And so I'm just going to move these, and I'll show you. I can just move them like this, but because it's going to snap to that. So I'll grab that endpoint and I'll hover till I see that square right there is lighting up. So it tells me that I'm finding the endpoint. And I'm pressing escape between each one. So, well, although that really wouldn't matter, just making sure that I'm only working with one of these at a time. Okay, so that's all done. I'll select all of these and this and delete them. So now there you go. They're all lined up, centered. I'm still thinking, now that we know where the extents of our mapping is, we can get that up there and keep it out of our titling information. And I think that looks good. So we'll save that. Now, so Summit View, Final Plat. Oh, I see something that you may not have noticed. second. Well, not sure. You see that little asterisk right there? I
Yeah.
don't, I'm not sure what that, maybe that just means it's the current one. I thought you had somehow put an asterisk in the file name, so maybe you're all right.
Not
So,
intentionally.
yeah, I know. Let's do a save as. Some of you find a plat, so that's that. And yeah, that just apparent. Oh no, it went away. Let me see. Ah, I see what it is. Apparently, if you see that little asterisk in the file name,
Yeah.
that means there are unsaved changes.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
yeah, because see, I just hit save and it went away. All right, well, that's interesting. Good. All right, Michael, there you have that one.
Before we leave, let me ask you another question.
Sure.
I talked to my GPS guy yesterday, and I was asking him about uh, bringing a drawing into the GPS so that I could see it on the screen.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
And he said that yes, you can do it, but you have to save the drawing back to 2013 or earlier.
Okay.
And he said if you do it as a DXF, you can bring the points in. It'll give you the option of bringing the points and the draw and the line work in at the same time, so you don't have to import the points separately.
Okay.
Uh, so, is there any issue with doing that?
No, no. The points themselves. Now you're talking about this is the guy from Javid.
God, God,
Yeah, because the other one, the Carlson side of that Surf CE, you don't have to do that separately either. You can bring the points in uh, as well as the drawing. But in any case, what you're going to get when you bring this in, uh, you can you can save this as a drawing. And for instance, in Carlson, you would go to that world, the map view, and you would import a DWG. Now that DWG has to also be a lower version, and it can also do a DXF. And that may be well the same thing that's going on with the GPS side of the house. Um, but anyway, in any case, to get it to that form, you would have, you'd be in your drawing. It doesn't matter which of these that you're looking at because um, this is really all that goes out in a DXF. You wouldn't see this kind of stuff
right?
like
Wouldn't
your
want to.
seal. Yeah. So, but you get this stuff that you need. And you simply do one of two things. You can save as, and these are all, and you said 2013?
Or earlier, yeah.
Yeah, so there's your 2013 DXF. There's your DWG. So either one of those is fine. So
But then
if
when you come back to Carlson, you need to make sure that you open up the right one, right?
yeah, because right now, if I do this as a DXF, and right there, it's going to have, in fact, I'm going to put a 2013 over the front of it and save. Now, because a DXF file and a DWG file are exactly the same format, it's just that one is actually made up of binary data and one of text. Wait, show me the folder that we were just in with this. I'll show you something. Okay. So here is the Summit View Final Plat DWG. Okay, that's where we've just been. It's 219 kilobytes.
Right.
And if we look at that in Notepad, for instance, if it will let us, let's see. Okay, here we go. You'll see that there are certain things you can recognize, like there's some words.
Yeah.
You'll probably scroll down and find like the name of a line type, or here's one that says ACAD group, plot style, name, you know, all these kind of things. But it's still, you got other stuff that's just gibberish. It's binary stored data. If we look at this one, on the other hand, it has 0 in section 2, header 9, AutoCAD version AC 1027. So this is all, and these follow very strict rules. Here's your the insertion base of the drawing. So that sets those little shifts on, you know, away from 0. But every entity in that drawing, like that property line that we grip edited and slid back to the layer, or slid back to that point, you know, it's identified here based on a certain rule, and there's a start stop code. Anyway, none of that you need to worry about. You don't have to concern yourself with, but it's all written into English letters and numbers. That's why the files are generally larger, but that's also why other programs can read them more universally than they can a DWG file, because they have to follow certain rules that, you know, AutoCAD or IntelliCAD and all those people can change the rules on how they store the data, no matter whether they think it's a better idea or not. So that's what guarantees you that ability to do that. So, but now here's what happens though, is if I start messing around in this, notice right here, I'm still working inside my DXF file.
Yeah.
So if I go save, and then if I go back, you know, 6 months from now and I open up that file that was the original, not the DXF file, then I'm out of sync. Right. And I'm out of whack. So that's why when you do a save as, you need to be sort of careful. And then you would close that one and you would open the DWG that you've been working with. That's the most efficient that you're doing. Now the another option would be, instead of doing a save as, you can actually do an export. And I think it's going to let us, if we do a standard export, nope. That's an actual change in format. Okay, so that's, well, that may be the only way to do it, is as a save as. All right. Well, so just keep that in mind. Be aware that if you do that save as, just make sure you're always aware of what file you're in by looking at this tab or up here at the top stripe of the drawing. Right. Okay. So
I thought we had turned that topo layer off. Did we turn it back on?
Well, it's on here,
Right.
but you said you didn't need it here.
No, don't do not.
Okay, so it's off. Is that what you're asking or?
Yeah, well, no, I was asking if, I thought we had turned it off altogether, but,
Oh, no, no, no. We just did it inside of here. In fact, you asked that question is if while you were here, would it only affect it here? And that's correct. Okay. Oh, by the way, your question, I remember now, I never got back to you with a typed reply on doing that topo work to be, some survey stuff.
oh, he hired someone else to do it. He
Did
actually
he?
hired Greenway to do the, survey work part too, so it doesn't,
Oh, all right.
he didn't even give me a chance to get back to him. I told him I needed a day to think about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you wouldn't need to do a whole lot of stuff. If there's not a lot of stuff out there to survey, then certainly you don't need to worry about a lot of extra stuff. But if there are like edges of roads that weren't brought in as brake lines and things like that, they're going to need.
By the way, did you read the proposal from Greenway?
Yeah.
One of the things that they talked about, and I don't know what their experience is like in Virginia, but they talk about getting this utility out there to mark utilities. You cannot get them to mark a piece of ground for design purposes. The only way you can get them to come out is if you tell them you're getting ready to construct.
Huh. Yeah. In Pennsylvania, we have the two different, we've got I forget what they call it. One's a design call, one's a something else. But they'll come out and mark them. If we send ours through, a PA1 call, and they get in touch with all the utilities and give them the opportunity to come and mark them on the ground and supply drawings to help people out. And if they don't come, then if their lines get broken, they're the contractor is not, and the engineer neither are not liable. So
Oh, that's good.
it's in their best interest to come and market. Now there is a little bit of a disconnect on, like, the gas company, for instance, won't, well, any of them, water company, otherwise, they'll take it up from the public rights of way, they'll take it up to the line of private ownership. And they're generally are very helpful. They'll give you information if they have it. They're not trying to withhold it. But usually, once it goes to a landowner's boundary, they don't know anything more about it. And that gets into be a bit of a problem when you get certain types of development, like the school that I was working on. They said, okay, bring the gas line up to here, and we're going to hook it up to our gas system that we built here inside of our own property. And it's an entire gas system network, water system, drainage, the whole works, all on private property. And it's a black box as far as the utility ownership goes on the ones that are serving that, or receiving drainage from, or what have you. So they don't have any way to know how to market and how it's done. And the guys on the school property, nobody ever documented where they put anything other than, hey, here's where it all comes out, hook up to us here. And that's a real issue. But so because of that, the law only requires them to have to mark up to the property owner's boundary. And obviously they don't have to, but if they get notified and they don't do it, and then there's a problem with the system, then the developer and contractor are not liable for damages. So however that works on your end, I don't have a clue, but
I got in kind of a squabble with the city of Charlestown years and years ago. It was probably 30 years. I was setting a property corner in the city of Charlestown. Well, no, actually, it was in the county, adjacent to the city of Charlestown. And I drove a rebar through a water line,
Oh, lovely.
and they had to come out and fix it. And they called me up and wanted to know where the address to send the bill. And I said, well, I'd be happy to pay your bill if you'll send me a copy of the easement that shows that you had a right to put the water line on my client's property.
Yeah. Well,
Never heard anything more about it.
I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't. Wowee. All right. Let's see.
So now what are we going to do? Create templates?
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, never mind. Something just hit my email that I thought I had to take care of. It's good to let go. All right, so now you can do several things here. You can, you can save all of this stuff, or you can erase all of this stuff that's out here. I personally, right now, until it gets to be too much to deal with, I would save it. Just leave it there. You can always reuse it and not worry about it, or use it as you need to.
Right.
I would maybe take that little extra viewport off. We don't really need. We've got this one. So we can save these as drawings that they are and load them, and then just remember when we're starting a new drawing to say save as and give it a new name. But that gets a little dangerous if you ever get into a situation where you forget. So saving them as a drawing template is going to give us the better approach, so that when we start a new drawing, if we choose a different template to start with, we'll get all of this stuff to come in and be preset for us. Okay.
Right.
So, and that's simply as you might think, and I'll let you do it. Just do a save as, a file save as, and change its type. And that's all the way up at the top there. There's the 2018. Where's the, oh, come on down a little bit further, right there. Yep. So if you choose that, now notice it's looking for that name, but you see the folder up at the top where it's going to go?
Yeah. Okay.
So
I don't want to put it there.
No, well, I mean, you can, if you want, and then move it separately, or if you know where it needs to go, we can put it there directly.
I
So,
want to call it something other than Summit View.
correct.
Minor subdivision.
Yeah.
Okay. And then where should I put it?
Well, it's going to go, if you go all the way up to the root, and then we're going to look under program options, I think. Let's see.
I'm on the desktop now. Should I go to Drive C?
Yeah, we'll go there. Let me see here. Let me get to where I can see some of this. Where's, all right, so this is going to be in application data, local, I think.
When I open up a drawing in Carlson and it's a new one, where does it go for those templates?
That's where we're putting this.
Okay.
So that's going to go, and I'm going to put it, well, it's not in that one. Let's see if it's in this one. All right, so 2020. Under support. I think it's just here. We'll look over here and see that we see all these DWTs.
Yeah.
So it's going to go there. Minor sub, final plat. We'll save it there. And we're going to repeat that command. We'll keep it as the template. And notice this one went to Carlson 2020. Just so you have it, we're going to also put it in Carlson 2021. And we'll keep that same name, save. All right.
I'm making a mistake continuing to use 2020.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily at all. I think 2021's got some issues. But if you ever get to where you need to use the GIS module and stuff like that, you'll need to switch it up and just.
Well, I noticed I have a separate GIS module on my desktop that I didn't know about. So I haven't explored it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what that might get for you, but your license should have all of that available. And see, if we try to do it here, it's not installed, but over on the 2021, that's when it will work. And so, and you can, the file format is still the 2018 file format, so that's no problem. Okay, now, so that's done as that one. If we close this now, and let's make ourselves a new drawing just for test. I'll let you step through that.
Okay.
So now select a template. Before you even, well, cancel. You can do it that way, but cancel that. See the pull down? Yeah. See, that's looking in that same folder. The browse is what lets you change folders.
Okay.
So, but like I said, and you could have done it that way, but this is just quicker and easier. So there's your minor subdivision final plat. So go ahead and choose that and then hit finish. And so now that brings you in here where you're going to set a drawing name.
What should I call this? Just junk?
Just junk, yeah. Okay. And you would set a scale and set your state plane and all that kind of stuff. Just go ahead and hit next. And hit next. And so now there it comes. Now, if you go to your model tab, notice all of this stuff is in here, right? That you had in that other drawing.
Right.
So you may or may not want that to be there. And particularly if this might happen to not be on state plane, maybe this is a 5,000 job,
Right.
then you wouldn't want that. So what you could do is if you didn't want this stuff showing up, you could go back to that drawing template, go to your model tab, thaw all of your layers and select everything and delete it. But the layers would stay there, the text styles and all of that kind of stuff. Now, that being said, you could also decide to leave everything here because you might want to do the old paintbrush to match things from one thing to another. Just be aware that you might be out here, where this is, and you're working on something way down here.
Right.
All right, so that's entirely up to you. And whatever you do, let's say we had this done, and we're not going to save this file, so it won't make a difference. But if we did do it like I was suggesting by taking all of that stuff out of there, when you come into this file, it's going to look like this. It's going to be, there'll be a viewport and it's looking out into empty space. And you have to have something in there, or we would reposition the viewport. We would unlock it, change its scale, change its center point, do whatever we had to do to make it fit. But this gives you all of these different components, and you can, take these things and move them off to the edge if you don't want to use them or what have you. Okay. So we'll close that. But so for right now, that drawing template has all that stuff in it. So just keep that part in mind.
Right.
Okay. So what is next?
Well, let's see. That was mine. I wanted to create 3 templates. That was that one. And then
All right. So open up. So open up the Summit view. No, well.
No, it's not Summit View. It's
Okay. Open up the one you want to use for the start. That's what I meant to say.
let's see. That would be weights and styles. This is for the concept plan.
Okay.
Okay. So then I do a save as.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and this would be, and this would be a great way to start these off, is just go ahead and do these save as and just take everything with it and just understand that when you start a drawing and use that template, you're going to have to clean out that other geometry if it doesn't apply.
Okay, 99 times out of 10, it won't apply.
That's correct. And you could, but once you open up that new drawing, I would go to the model tab and thaw your layers and select everything and hit delete. And that would work. But I like leave now. Before you just hit OK on that, go ahead and change its type to your drawing template. I myself like to have the stuff there so I can see what it looked like when it was in its final state, and then know that I got to erase stuff. That's one school of thought.
Okay.
Now the thing that's possibly faulty with that is that you're going to not realize that you've got some things on frozen layers that you have to make sure you get rid of if you don't want them. But all right, so anyway, now where that goes is if you, I don't know if, does it put it up here in the quick access? I don't, yeah, see this Carlson. So one of them, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's neither. It's okay. We got to find it. All right. So this is going to be, and I'll put this out here a little in a different place for you here. Let's see. Drive C under users, your login, and then under app data, and from there under roaming, Carlson, and then individually. So I want to put this, I'm going to pin it to quick access. Okay. So now when you do that same thing, if we do a file, save as, and we change its type to drawing template, and we just called that what? Just plain concept. All right. And so instead of trying to remember where it was, if we go all the way up here and find this Carlson Software, now I can go into each one of these, hit save. And I'll let you do the next one for the 2021 version.
that in Carlson Software?
Yep. So double click it and now go to 2021. And it's in the support. And just at that point, hit save. There you go.
Okay, and then there was one more for just the boundary survey.
Okay.
So I would close that one. Let's see. Crawford. Oh, I wanted to ask you a question about Crawford anyway.
Okay.
I had to create some location, some insets, and I did it in a very crude fashion, but I had to get it done.
Sure.
And so I just leadered in like inset 2, and then I put up a circle like that. I did the same thing over here for inset 1. I mean, it doesn't look very good, but at least I got the information there.
Okay.
How would you have done that?
Let me see here. I mean, what what are they supposed to be?
Well, there's a little there's a driveway encroachment down here. And
Oh, I see.
they're going to give the guy an easement over where his driveway encroaches.
Yes. Okay.
And this, in this case, the father, this is well, it's actually the wife
Yeah.
and his daughter. They wanted to reserve an easement just enough so that they could get past. There's a big tree row in here,
Okay.
and they wanted to be able to come in and have an easement to get to the back part of their lot. So that's what the purpose of that easement is, and I called it access easement reserve.
Okay.
And I called this one proposed easement.
Yes.
I called that inset 1 and this one inset 2.
Uh-huh.
Then I made a circle where, and actually I did a copy here. I did a clicked on that and made a copy and pulled it up there. And
Yeah. Yeah, I see. And you made a copy and you didn't, it's not like you blew this up to a different size.
right, I did
Which
same
you,
size, but I didn't have to. It was easier to dimension it up there than it was down there.
oh yeah, no, understood. But one of the things too is that you could have, well, first of all, let's save your templates and then we'll look at that and I'll show you a couple of different options.
File, save as. Oops, wrong place. I'm going to call this survey. And I'm going to save it. Open software. Save. And then I'm going to do a file. Save as. Okay, I hear my my goat's bleeding and my
Okay.
dog's barking. Can we take that?
Yeah, it's right at our time. So let's, we'll put a pin in it here. I'll pause I turned the recording back on. How about that?
Good.
Okay. So, all right. So we got some templates. We've got Oh, we were talking about these insets. Okay. Now,
Okay, now wait a minute, we're in the,
you're in the template. Yeah. So we'll do another save as, and we're going to call this one.
well, do we want to just do it to the right drawing? And kind of fix it?
Oh, you haven't turned it in yet?
Well, I have, but I'm sure they'll come back and want revisions,
Well, um,
whatever you think.
I'll tell you what we'll do is I'm going to call this one temp work.
Okay,
Okay. Because what you've done here with this, like this,
yeah,
could suffice. That could be absolutely perfectly fine.
okay,
But there's a couple of things that I would point out. Um, one of which, there's all kinds of different sizes of text. Uh,
yeah, I see that.
and I see also this guy is, oops. See how that arrowhead is not lined up?
Yeah,
And, this is really it's a dimension. Now I'll undo that. And I don't know exactly what the setting is for this over here. It should be the text position. See, that should be a thing called inline. And I never see anything like that. If I say centered, let's just call it, there we go. But I want that. I would like the text to line up with the same direction, and it's whatever that is. Not it. Let's see, 3. Well, I don't know exactly. I would probably take that. I would probably redimension that just as a standard dimension. But in any case, um, I don't want to waste a lot of time tracking it down right now. But here's a couple of things. You see the height of this text compared to the height of this text. Okay, now this text may be really tall. Um, and then there's this text that is in lowercase. This is in uppercase. And then those seem to match these type of sizes. And then these are even tinier. If I look at this as a height, I see that, well, it's not annotative. It is 8 units tall. And if it's not annotative, and we are in the model space of that, what is that? All right, so that's 1 inch to 200 feet.
yeah,
So 8 feet is what, 0.04 inches tall or something? Because 1 inch equals 200, x equals 8. 1 inch to 200 is x equals 8, so 200. So 8 divided by 200, I guess. 8 to 100 divide. Yeah, 0.04 inches tall. That's getting pretty tiny. And a lot of these people microfilm these records. And that's part of why they require text to be at least an eighth of an inch or a tenth of an inch or 80 hundredths. So that's probably about half the size you really want your text to be. Um, so all of that to talk about maybe a different approach to how to handle this. So right now, these things are in the model. I can tell that too because that circle's starting to be clipped a little right there. So you could, open that up just a little taller to get all of the circle. Now, here's here's my approach to this kind of stuff. And I'm going to leave this alone here for right now. But really, my way of thinking about this is that, you know, this geometry, this geometry that you're showing already exists out here once. There's no need to redo it again. Okay. Same thing with this. It exists out here once, and there's no real need to redo it. So, what I would do with that myself is I would be, say, over here, and uh, just like this is a viewport, I'm going to make two viewports into my drawing, and then also take the opportunity to enlarge it. Okay, and I'll put them, wherever I choose to put them. In fact, I'm going to do them as circles, just like you have here.
Oh, you'd rather, oh, I see. You'd do a viewport rather than an inset.
Exactly. And I'm going to look at this model in one viewport right here, and I'm going to look at it in another viewport right here.
Okay.
Okay. And so then the only time, if I should happen to change anything about this geometry, it's going to show up in the viewport. Whereas here, if I change something here, I have to remember to change it here.
I got you.
Same thing with this. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say I'm going to sit on this layer called viewport. And so I'm on this layer of viewports, rather, and I'm going to make two more viewports, but I'm going to do it sort of a roundabout way. I'm going to draw a circle first. I'm going to draw a circle, and I'm just going to make one of them, and I'll put these over here because we can rearrange them anywhere we want. So I'll make one there, and I'm going to copy that. So maybe I don't need them quite so big. Let's make them a little smaller. All right. And then I'll just copy that from there to there. And heck, maybe they go like that. All right. Now, those are circles, but I can make a viewport. If I run the viewport command, you see that says E for entity?
Yeah.
So select an entity. So if I choose this, it's now a viewport. So if I select that, and I knew this was at 200 scale, so let's make this one at, well, I'm going to probably want to see it at 50 scale. So I will set it to be And its annotation scale should match. Yeah. And now you would probably also want to match the rotation to the other one as well. But for right now, let's leave this here alone. And let's see what that scale is. So 0.01 to, so it's 0.01 would be 1 to 100. 0.02 would be 1 to 50. So if we made it 0.02, all right, so there's a 50 scale. And then we'll do the same thing with this one. Oh, we haven't turned it into a viewport yet. We got to draw. Sorry, viewports, create model view, E for entity, select, hit enter. It's there. I see my stuff is sort of here. I'll zoom it in so that I'm sort of centered. And that's where I'm going to be. So that one I will also set to 50. All right. So so that would be one way of doing that. But now if you look at what we have here, these symbols for those points are huge, right? In fact, if I are in real terms, I'll go from here up to here. That's like 1/3 of an inch. Okay, so that's pretty good size. So there's a couple of ways around that. One is when I'm looking at something here that is meant to, you know, these are created and meant to show at this setting of 1 inch equals 200 feet. So that's how those were created, and that's absolutely fine. I also want to take a look at that figure. Let's say no for that, and let's change its scale. And then the same thing with this. Now, um, so so when those were created, they were created to be a tenth of an inch or 800ths or whatever. Uh, what happened here? All right, so now so within that they were created when you said your symbol sizes you wanted to, so 800ths of an inch is what it would be at 200 scale. So if I look at that as a symbol, I choose that block, it is either that block reference or that block reference. I think this is the one I want. Yeah. So, and I see it as a scale. So that's 16 times. So 16 feet on the ground is 0.08 inches at 200 scale. However, we want this to be at 50 scale. So that 16 needs to be 4 to make it work here. And so if I do that and regen, so now you see that, whoops, crap, see 50. Yeah, it's still 50. So that's the size it should be to be the same size as this over here when it plots. You see that? You see this one up here? Uh, that's 0.08 inches. So is this one at 50 scale. However, if I were to change this thing here while it's in this viewport to be 0.08, then when I look at it over here, well, it's entirely too tiny. Okay. Follow what I'm showing you?
Yeah.
All right. So the only way we can fix that is to use a block that is annotative. And I don't think that these blocks can be made, or I don't think that they are annotative out of the gate. If, however, we could, let me see if I can open that block. Let's see here. Well, that's not going to work. Let me see if this will work. Did your help system come up on the other screen?
Yeah, it did.
Drag it over for me, please.
You pull over to screen one.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at. Yeah.
I can't get it to move.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go take your mouse.
I still can't get it to move.
All right. If I now.
No, won't let me move it.
You grab
Oh,
that.
wait a minute. I see what I'm doing wrong.
All right.
Having operator trouble.
Yeah. I got that same evil gremlin at my place sometimes.
There you go.
All right. So what I wanted to find out is that annotative thing. This setting right here. Oh, that says use annotative text. And ours now says use annotative scale. So if it just applies to text, then it won't work. When enabled, text created also applies to symbols created by the draw insert symbols. Okay, has a separate setting for annotative under the point defaults command. Okay, perfect. So if this works, this will be something I've learned here. I'm going to turn on use annotative scale. I'll say okay. I'll say exit. Now, and we're going to have to redraw each of those particular points, but that's all right. Where am I? I'm in the model. Okay. Now, for 0.208, if I look at my points defaults, aha, use annotative points. Oh, this is going to be perfect. If I now draw locate points, I'm going to choose that symbol. And I'm going to say, hold on a second, I don't know what layer that's on. Points boundary, okay. So now, if I draw locate points, choose that, erase and redraw. symbol size 0.08. I'm going to choose 208. And then what is this one? It's just a point. Nope. This is that one that's all screwed up. There we go. This is that drawing that's all screwed up. So now here's what happens. You see, if I zoom in here and then do a regen all, oops. I guess I have to redraw point 208. So if I draw locate points 208, crap.
That's not nice.
Apparently I turned on my Siri on my Macintosh and I said crap, and she said that's not nice.
I heard her.
So let's see, 208. All right. There it is. So that keeps that to that size there. Now the question is, yeah, see, it keeps it. So it responds to the size of the viewport that it's in. All that is good news. I didn't realize. All right, so these points we have. This one, which is $243. This one, which is $244. $239. All right, so 239, 243, 44. 240, 41, I'm guessing. 242. So 240, 242, 243, 244. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I'm going to draw, locate that points boundary. We're going to draw 239, 240, 242 to 244. Okay. Haha. When you copied those up, that also copied the points. That did some things that we probably didn't want to have done. So let's see, what is this? That's 201. All right, so I'm gonna. All right, the actual corner point is 201. With 2 points. So that's 239. It's 244. Wow. $43.
What did it do when I copied the point?
242. Yeah, that's what's happened. I'm not real clear on how to fix this. Let me see here. So that's 240. I mean, we'll get it fixed here, but 240. That one is 242. And then I think it's 43. And 44. Okay, and then of course that one was 39. So what we want to do then is to move those points back to these areas. Now, is this little inset to be what is it? It's 15 feet off this line.
Yeah.
But is the direction that this goes to be perpendicular to that line?
Yeah.
Okay. And 40 feet, so 20 feet either side perpendicular. Is it basically 20 feet this along this line?
No, 20 feet along.
Or I mean it's
Yeah,
it's 15 feet this back line, but it's 20 feet either side of this line.
yeah.
That's the way it is. Okay. So we're going to put those points back there. And to do so, I want to offset this. 20 feet, both. And then we're going to offset 15 feet.
So wait a minute, it isn't 20 feet, it's 40 feet.
Well, 20 feet this way, 20 feet that way. That's what is, duh. Sorry. Got you. It's not 20 feet each side, it's 40 feet each side.
Right.
All right. So 40. Both. 15. There. So if I trim. Is that what I want to do? No,
What command are you using to do that?
just trim.
Trim?
Yeah, so I'm going to trim. And then I'll trim. So those are the corners where those points need to go. So if I move 243 to here.
So you mean I actually moved the point?
No, you copied them, but when you copied them, you made two instances of them and they had two different locations. And I don't think even Carlson knows how to handle that correctly. So what I'm going to do is put them back where they go on the ground and not
That's
copy
something
them.
I should never do again.
I would say not to. See, the problem that I have with this, or not so much a problem, but I don't do a lot of work actually with points. And I know surveyors live and die by points. Okay, that's what surveyors are all about. And I understand that. Oh, I meant to. So there needs to be some kind of foolproof mechanism that allows this to happen. And I don't know what that needs to be. I'm not a programmer, and civil engineering does it, or Civil 3D does it by one means. And no, that one I'm just going to delete. All right, so I've got those lines I don't need anymore. I don't need all right, so that's shown as such. Now, you're going to be monumenting that in the field?
No.
No, okay. I don't know that I would put point symbols on them necessarily.
Okay.
They're just lines that you can dimension, because you can think of that really as something that goes in a legend, and it's either an iron pin found or set or whatever it might be. It can also be a simple point, like plenty of them might say, like if you needed to show this intersection here, you could put a circle there and just indicate generic corner or something. But when it's just a generic point that's the intersection of lines, I often just let the lines speak for themselves.
Okay.
I can't guide you there. There's not a right and wrong. There's what makes the best sense. So here's how, and then here's how that's going to look once I'm here. I've got that these points, and that point is 201. All right, so I'm going to redraw. Let me put this back to 50. I keep changing it. There it is. All right. So I'm going to redraw all of these points. And you're going to see, because we changed this setting right here, to, sorry, not that one, but under Carlson configure, we said use annotative scale. And that applies to text as well as to symbols. And we said on our points menu, point defaults, we said use annotative points and support all drawing scales. Now, what that means for us is that when we draw a point, it's going to know what the scale is in whatever container it's in. So if I double click in here and I draw those points, well, I've already done that one. Okay. So if I am in here, or even that, just go back to model space or whatever, or let's go over here while we're at it. So I'm inside of here. I'm going to redraw those points. And one of which was 201. So the first thing to do, excuse me, is to choose our points and wipeouts. And I'll set the layer name, which was going to be points BDY. And I'm going to make sure that I erase and redraw. And then I'm going to draw a range. And the range of points, the point number I'm going to draw down on my status line is 201. And I think I can do it like this. So 201, 240, 242, 242 to 244. I think that'll work. And then hit enter. So it drew 5 points. Now, when I regen, I see up here, those points were redone. Where's 201? 201 was still needing to be moved. So I need to move it from there to there. There we go. So now 201 is there, and you see it's that size. It's like 8/10 of an, or 8/100. I see him over here. Let's regen. There's 201. Let's redraw. 201. There it is. All right, so you see the sizes of those circles?
Yeah.
Now on this blow up, because I'm, 4 times bigger, they look, much smaller as a proportion of this figure that you're looking at.
Yeah.
When I look at it over here, well, they're so big that they're touching each other, but they're the same size. If I were to pick up that circle and copy it over here and put it down, you would see they're exactly the same size. So that's what annotative does for us. It does that same thing with text, but it also does it with these blocks. Okay. So now, how do we use these insets to our advantage and go from there? So what we're going to do next is, well, first of all, we're going to save our work. And this is called temp work, remember. So if it comes back out that this gets us where we want to be, just, give that a name as old 20012 Crawford and rename this one to 20012 Crawford, and we'll be good. So what we want to do next is either we need to make these insets big enough to capture any of the documentation we put around these things in model space, or we need to document it in paper space, which I don't recommend because I want to use the geometry, the actual geometry, to measure distances and dimensions and all of that. Or we could, let me ask you this, what all is it that we're going to document? Just, do we need bearings and distances on each of those, or do we just need,
I think the planning commission is gonna make me put bearings and distances.
okay, all right, then no problem. Now, here's one thing to point out too. You see the dashes on that line, how close together they are?
Yes.
Whereas here, they're not quite so close.
Right.
The reason for that is, I suspect, is in this page setup where we say, nope, I was wrong. I thought it was going to be in scale line weights. And apparently not. So therefore, what is that? It's hidden to 0.3. Well, not exactly sure on that one. There's a reason for it. Let me see. MSLT scale is on PSLT scale. Oops, PSLT scale on scale. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll come back and try to resolve it if we need to. All right. So if we need to put bearings and distances on these things, I'm going to, first of all, within each of these, I think I'll turn these point numbers off. Uh-oh. There we go. And I think also these.
You're just freezing them in the viewport.
Yes, just in these viewports. Okay.
Right.
And let's see, while we're here, let's go ahead and lock. Oh, we need to. There we go. And then we'll make sure we lock them so I don't wind up doing what I just did. And let's see. We're going to also set the rotation. And we'll maybe make these just a little bit bigger. So let's find. I want to match this rotation up here. So if I take, let's see, if I'm here, and if I do a polyline from there, I go at 0, comma 50. All right, that's north. I will copy that from there to say there. So again, that's north, and you'll see them over here. Okay. North, 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 north. So now how do I do what I'm trying to do? I want to match the orientation of this, and I think we chose this bottom property line.
Your number's better than mine. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, well, I think it'll be close enough. That looks close enough to be in horizontal. I think we'll just call it. So I'm just gonna go from there to there. And whilst there, I'm gonna move from there up to here where I can see it in both places. Okay, now I can actually, I don't need these. So while I'm in this viewport, if I choose to do a twist screen by line, polyline, or text, and if I choose that, oh, it's locked. Okay, duh. Let's see here, locked. No. Be inside it. Twist screen. There's that one. I'll do the same thing here. Now I can get rid of that line. Let me ask you over here. Does this dash line go past this property line or not?
No, it does not.
Okay, so we've got it. So I want to actually show that line, which is a joiner in here, I think. So instead of it being frozen in the current viewport, I'll thaw it, and then that'll show that. Now this other thing up here will go away. I'm leaving these on down here just to use for a guide. We'll get rid of them when it's time to get rid of them. So $16. All right, so that should be lined up now, same as these others. And to document that, I do a probably needs to be with this bearing distance. Let's see. Size 0.06. Let's see. No, let's make it 0.08. Oh, sorry. Have to be in it now. Wow. Let's see here. All right. What's going on? It's starting out. Why it makes it do that, I couldn't tell you. Uh, all right. So if we put that there, this is strange. Okay. And that one is there. Do we need this back one? Are you going to define this
Yeah.
by bearing? So we need one back there too. All right. So these are looking like they don't need to be by leader. Make sure our size is 0.08. All right. And we'll choose this one. Oh, excuse me. And then we'll regen. And we'll just simply move this guy. He's okay there.
How come those bearings are different?
Well, That's a good question. Because they had not ought to be. In fact, you see, this says 14 point some feet. That should be 15 feet. And that should be 80. So something's goofy. And
visually, those lines don't look like they're parallel.
That's true. All right, so let's fix that. In fact, let me go here to make it a little easier. And I want to all right, so if I want to offset that, $15. And then I want to offset 40 feet, this on both sides. And then I want to, let's see, 201 is here. So I'm going to put him on the end point of that line. 240 and 42, 43, 44. So 242. At the intersection. Whoops, let me see here. What do I have there? I've got that. Yeah, see, it's not exactly where it's supposed to be. So that's going to go to the end point. That's going to go to the intersection. As is that one. And that will go to the end. Okay, now this, first of all, I no longer need this, nor this, nor this. I need this to go there.
How come it's not asking you if you want to change the coordinates?
Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering that myself. I don't know, Mike. I suspect if we save and exit and come back into it, it'll start asking again. Let's see here. Let's try.
Kind of scary. You could be moving points and not knowing it.
Yeah, I know. So let's move 240. Please try again. Select point. Okay, there's my point. All right, let's go to here. Yeah, it's not gonna It's not going to ask me, so I don't know. All right, so 240, 242, 201 is there. 44 and 43. So if I take 43, move it there, 244. I'll put it out here for a minute. See, that's not right. Ah, okay. I know. So this it's because this line is not perpendicular to that line exactly. That's why these are not exactly hitting the corners. So if I offset that one, 80 feet. And now I want to trim. See, there's the problem. Sorry about that. And then that makes this need to go here. And let's see about these. So we'll put these guys in the back for the moment. Ah. All right, do you follow what happened?
No, I don't exactly follow why it happened, but I understand, I see what the problem is.
Yeah. And is this guy supposed to be like right on that corner?
No,
Okay. That's that adjoiner line.
yeah,
All right. So what happened is the line that was here, that is here, it's frozen right now. But that line, when I offset it 40 feet either side,
yeah,
because it was so close to looking like it's perpendicular to this line, I made the fatal assumption that it was, and it wasn't exactly. So when it offset things perpendicular to itself, which means it fell short just a little bit on one line and it overshot just a little bit on the other line.
okay.
Okay, so then to fix that, we had to do a trim and an extend. So now I'm going to now go back to my offset, this time 15 feet. And it's this one to this one. Okay. And then I'm going to use that and these two and trim. And I'll trim this and this and this and this. And I'm going to draw a line right now from the endpoint of this to the endpoint of that, to the endpoint of that, to the endpoint of that. C to close. I now have a closed figure, and I will match this to that. And then finally, I can get rid of these things that I used to build the geometry. And we will reposition. Oh, no, let's see. Let's do that. So now, oh, well, we know it's right on that corner then, as is that one. I'm not sure I follow why that's happening.
Why, what's happening?
When I go to just move that 0.242, I'm just selecting 242.
Yeah.
See what it does?
Oh, I see.
So it's linked to that. That's all well and good. Perhaps. In any case, let's get these back where they belong. All right, so now there those all are. I will restore the layers. And where the heck did that line go? Did we accidentally delete it? There's a property line that comes out of there, right?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
That's your offset line that you created.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Yes.
And what happened to the property line, I don't know.
All right. Well, we will get it back by going to our file here.
Oh, I know one thing that they may make me do on this drawing that I may need to get your, technically, they don't have jurisdiction, I don't think, on something like this, but that doesn't mean that they won't assert it. It's easier to do it than it is to argue with them.
Yeah.
They may make me show an insert, location inset, but I don't have to make it fancy.
Oh, you mean like a vicinity map?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll probably. All right. So this property line is going to be from the 204 to 201. So if I draw a line, oh, which way did we have the bearing on that line labeled? Did you?
I don't remember.
South to east, south to east. So it's 1 to 2, bottom to top. So I need to go from 204 to 201. So 204, 201. And we will match that to that.
And that other one, that other line has changed too. Yeah, that one.
There's probably multiples there. Let's see. No. Is it simple? Let's see. What does it look like? It looks like that in the old one too. So did we do that for a particular point to make or not?
I don't think so. It's supposed to be just a boundary line.
Okay. Or maybe we made this line or should have or thought we were going to, because this doesn't matter. Let's just do this.
Were we trying to, did we show that as a solid line to make it clear where the boundary was now?
That's what I thought we did.
Well, why don't we make that assumption for the time being and see if they make any changes?
All right, so it's this one we made solid,
No, it was
this interior.
well, yeah, that's the boundary after the merger. That's the new boundary between the parcels.
All right, I'm not sure I follow what it is we want to show now.
Well, we were showing that as a solid line because we were I think we were trying to make the point that that's where the boundary is after the merger.
Well,
I'm not sure. Well, let's just leave it like that. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll leave it as it's already been submitted.
so if this, are these two parcels here to be merged?
Yeah,
And this one stays?
yeah.
I'm just wondering. All right. I'll tell you what, leave it like that, turn it in and see what they say.
Okay.
Now, back to to bring these points forward. All right, so there's that. And over here, we have our insets to be labeled. So to label this, to annotate this, is we want to I think we've got all the layers are frozen that we need to have frozen. Oh, did you want to put points here, here, and here? And if so, they will show up. Here, here, and here.
Well, you made a good point. They're not going to be marked.
Yeah, they're not documented.
So maybe we'll leave them off.
All right. Well, instead of deleting those other points for now, I think what we'll do is put them on that frozen points layer. Is this the drawing that has it? Let me see here. No, but let's do this. Let's make a layer. And we'll call it PNTS freeze. And we'll make it frozen at the global scale. And we'll change it to all right. There we go. Now, did this? All right, so you're 15 feet off of here, but 40 feet either side. Is there an easement that's 40 feet either side of that line all the way down? And do we need to show it down this line? No, because that line goes away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no easement there. Yeah.
All right. All right, so now we're going to go inside of this one. And let's see if we auto annotate this thing. What'll happen? Probably it won't work to our satisfaction. It wants to do a line table. That's what I thought. Say no. And we'll do it manually. Annotate. Oh, what do we want? Bearing and distance. Oops. I want, where is it? Bearing distance under. What's going on? All right. Oh, that's why. So now annotate.
What was that scale on?
That scale, that annotation scale.
The other one that you just changed.
I just made it my current annotation scaling.
Okay.
That's all. because nothing was selected, so it applies from this point forward. So now my angle distance, I want my bearing distance under, if I choose that, it's the right size. Now, if I regen that, there we go. And now I want bearing distance on the top. Boy, having to regenerate that really kind of takes me off a little bit. But, you know, the alternative is that either it's either because it is a, you know, it's because it's an IntelliCAD thing instead of an AutoCAD thing. But you know, so, but the alternative too is to, okay, well, we'll ditch IntelliCAD and go to AutoCAD. That means we're going to pay thousands of dollars a year more. So to me, that's not worth it. But the other possibility is, more often the case, is that it's broken in AutoCAD also. So, you know, why not just save the money and deal with having to run the regen? Just,
Is that thousands of dollars an annual fee or is it a one?
yes, sir. Nope, it is. Yes, sir. Every year. It usually takes about 3 years. It looks like it's cheaper to pay the annual subscription. It's something like $1,500. Well, that's great for 2 or 3 years. As soon as you get over that, you're starting to rack it up, and it's $1,500 a year or whatever the number is, you know, for every year. So after like 5 years, you're really starting to get into some money.
Yeah.
So, you know, in this case, $0 times, now you have to keep your Carlson maintenance up, but that's what, 175 bucks or something. I don't know. Still. And I'm all about paying people what they deserve to be paid. It's just Autodesk has screwed the industry over so bad for so many years. I just don't particularly care to have them have their hands in my pocket. So anyway, I digress. So we'll do the other angle distance. Now here's something to a stacked distance bearing. It's not what I want, really. Let's see. No, I think that one better be with the leader. Oh. All right, now let's see if we can do something with this. Well, that'll do it. And we got the same thing here now. We need to freeze these, or that layer. And is this a closed figure? Yes, okay. And let's do bearing distance. What?
Whoa.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out why that didn't show up. Let's see. Well, all right, so those are okay. I'm going to get rid of some of this extraneous stuff here. We'll leave this one for the time being. There's those labels. Yeah, there it is. It is annotative. Ah. What the heck? I don't see it. All right. May propose annot line 3. That's why. What is this on? Okay. So I'm going to make a layer. And we're going to call that V dash insets. Well, V dash anno insets. And we're going to put this and this and this and this and this and this and this, all on V dash annote dash insets. And then we're going to go back to here. Aha. So now we have this one. And it's a matter of, you don't, we don't want to do something like that. REA. We don't necessarily want to do that because obviously it doesn't look like it belongs. So we'll put it like so. We could interrupt this line, this property line, so that we can read the text through it.
How about if you put the bearing on one side of the line and the distance on the other,
Well, we could do that too.
or stack them?
Yeah. So if we did, let's see what that's going to look like. Angle distance, we're going to do bearing over distance. Oh, shoot. I've got to fix something here in a second. So what I need to fix is this, annotate defaults. Distance. So let's just do this. Copy that. Paste that. Okay. Now back to that. So that puts, it's okay for that, but then it's going to be hard to do down here and keep them consistent.
What
So
if you stacked it on top?
yeah, so if we do, I sort of like my bearings first, but I don't know that that matters. Uh, Crap. All right, so then if we, uh, okay, let's see. All right. So if, I think maybe we can get away with this. Wait a minute here. All right, if I do a stacked bearing on top, that one. There we go. Now, if I move that, and move that, you think that would work?
Sure.
All right.
Is it an illusion, or are those are the thicknesses of those bearings and distances different?
Are the of the labels
The
themselves?
line weight, yeah, the line weight on the two bearings. Maybe an
No.
optical illusion.
No, on the text themselves, no, that's exactly the same because they're made with a system font, not a CAD font.
Okay.
So when they plot, you'll see that they'll turn out exactly the same. I do want to do this just a skosh closer. Well, if it lets me. That's a little better. Gets that centered there a little bit. Okay, now we'll put in these leadered lines like these endpoints. Annotate with leader. Not much to have to worry about on that one. I think that'll work.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Now look down there at the intersection. Look how down there where that's a mess down there on the.
all of this in here, yes, it is. Because over here now, we're going to freeze those things so they don't show. Okay.
Okay.
And then we can also get rid of all of this. See, in set one, set two, I think what we'll do, instead of showing it like that, is we're going to, now even though these are viewports, I'm going to want these boundaries to show up. So instead of putting them on layer viewports, we're not changing what they are. We're just going to put them on this V annotate insets, and we're going to change their line type. Lines, the line type we're going to make -2. We'll check the scale here in just a minute. I think we'll leave it at 1 for now. We'll set the weight to be 0.3. And let's regen that. Sorry, regen all. Shoot, here's what, let's see, these viewports, the viewports we want on the viewports. The circles, however, we want on that. Okay, and that's going to be -2.
If you put a viewport on a different layer, then it's not a viewport anymore.
No, it's still a, well, no, the viewport is. Now see when I select this, see what it's grabbing two things. There are
Okay.
two things there. One's a viewport, and the viewport is on this layer, but the circle is on this layer.
Okay.
Now, because I made the viewport from the circle, if I were to delete the circle, it will delete the viewport. So I have to keep that circle around. That's why I'm keeping viewports on my viewports layer so it doesn't plot. The only thing that plots is this circle.
Okay.
So I'm going to select those again, and I'm going to select just the circles, and I'm going to change their weight to be 0.3, and their color, so there we go. So now whatever I want to do with this, wherever I need to move it, I just select it, and it'll let me just rearrange it and put it anywhere I want. And you see it's, well, I gotta quit snapping to stuff I don't mean to snap to. And see, everything comes along for the ride.
Okay.
All right, so now let's fix these two circles. I think we need a little heavier. There we go. And we're going to come over here, and let's see, we'll find out where those limits are. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say, I'm just going to temporarily draw a circle, and it's going to be a 3-point, and it's going to be from here, say to here. Well, that didn't work. Let's see. All right, so let's copy that. to there, and except got to move it a little bit. Now what I'm doing with those two things there is I'm going to use them to indicate, hey, go over and see those here without having to put these text items on. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll get rid of that. And I'm going to make those -2. And we'll call them 0.5. Line weight, be 0.5. And then we're going to does that show up as 10 feet? Yeah, okay. So what we'll do next then is we're going to break those apart because they don't need to be, in fact, we don't need this in here anymore either. Let's get that out of there. So we're going to just break those. We don't need them to stay as circles. They're just indicators. So I'm going to break them from there to up. Except I'm going to do it the right way. So I'll break it from here to break this to here, and then also here to here. Then I will break this guy from here to here, here to here. Oops. There to there. Hang on a second. I think at this point it's going to behoove us to just let me see. Oh, I see. Sneaky. Oh, let's see here, Michael. I also think I want to move this just a skosh down this way so it gets off of that corner right there. All right. And this, does this need to, be like that or like this or what?
That's fine. Yeah, that's the better way is right there.
All right, let me look at the way it used to look and see if I've. All right, so the 2.3411 acres is just this parcel, correct?
No, the 2.3411 acres is this parcel.
Oh, okay, and it's to be merged into this parcel.
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's see if we can figure out a better way to say that. Yeah, there it is. Here. So now, this is no point entity selected. You know what I think we're going to do is save. Let's run an audit real quick. All right, so didn't need it. We need to exit. No changes to that. We need to exit this and come back in. There's some things that are probably in need of resetting. So
What was happening?
I was trying to edit the text and it was telling me no point entity selected. Well, I wasn't doing anything with points and I just didn't want it to get so far down the road that it couldn't figure out what I was trying to do. So here we go. So now I want to take this middle center. Now, if I want to edit that text, see, it says no, still says that.
Could that be in, could it be in paper space?
No. I mean, I'm able to select it. In fact, I could go here. No point entities selected. Wow, that's a strange one to me. But if I right click and choose edit text, there it is. That's really all I wanted to do. And I don't know why it gave me that. All right, so here's, and actually, Ah, don't need that there. I just want this. All right, so that's showing that this is the 2.3411 acres to be merged. We can get rid of this. And we're saying 5 acres before merger. 2.3411 to be merged, 7 point. So, all right. So I think that's clear.
What happened to it?
What? Oh,
Acres to be merged. Oh,
apparently, what I was going to say was that I don't know. I don't know why that happened. Oh, couldn't tell you. All right. So now I want to break these items, or this circle now, from here around to here, and from here up to here. So now we can read everything. We can read everything. And we're going to call this, we're going to put a little note there. And we'll do that actually out here in paper space. And we're going to put a little note that says, see.
why does it do that?
What's that?
Why does it do that?
How did I do this?
No, why does it do that? I mean, it's huge right now.
Well, it's because that was what was last set as my current text height when I was in model space, because 16 being 0.08 of 200, my 200 scale. So I actually changed that's my font. I need to change the style to something else. Let's see. Main text, and then I want to make it 0.125. Oh, come on. One more time. Let's see. Let's go to text styles for a minute. Got a standard for Arial. None of these are annotative. Let's make one. Called standard annotative. We will make it annotative. We will match layout, orientation, sure. Height, paper text height. We can leave that as a 0 so that we can assign it. And then we will set this to Arial. Down vertically, match layout. And it's not letting me change that, but that's okay. So standard annotative. And now I'm going to draw text, multi-line text. And it wants the first corner for the block. I will put it from here. I will drag it over to here. Standard annotative, and the text height is 0.125. And that's going to say C inset 1. Actually, I think instead of 0.125, let's call that 0.1, just a tenth. And we'll copy. Change that to inset 2. And copy again from here to here, and to here. And while we're here, we need to actually not there. All right, so what I'm going to do is, all right, remember when I did these circles?
Yeah.
Now they are in the model. They're in model space and they're on layer 0 right now, but I don't want them to show up here like they do. Okay. So I can either put them on a layer to freeze them. I don't want to freeze layer 0 necessarily. That's usually a good layer to keep. Because of the way blocks are built. So I need to find in here one of the layers that are frozen, put these lines on those layers, and then if they're frozen in this viewport, I can thaw them in this viewport so we can see them here and not see them there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll be in that circular inset viewport. And I'm going to scroll over here to the right, and I see my viewport freeze thaw status, and I'm going to click on that name right there to sort based on whether it's frozen or thawed. And I scroll down there and I see here the ones I have frozen, and they happen to be, I've got dimension text, encroachment, conv, meets and bounds, point description, point number, V prop annot lot 3, V property annotation lot 3. That was from a previous job we were doing. Not really happy with any of those. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to say, make a new one. I'll call this one V dash A and annot dash insets dash freeze. Meaning to me, when I see this, it's going to be related to this one where our insets are, but because I called it freeze, I know that in that viewport, I want it to be frozen. Okay. And I'll do the same thing here, is that because that layer I just built is part of my layers, there it is. But I'll go over here to my current viewport and freeze that. And now back in this viewport, if you'll keep your eyes on the two insets, see how you can see those now.
Yeah.
So I will take, now remember I've got to get, there's multiple pieces of it because I broke them. And I'm going to change their layer to that layer.
One piece there you're missing, I think.
What's that?
There's one piece on that one circle that you're missing, I think. Maybe not.
Yeah, I did see that and I tried to select it. And I think what it was is that, yeah, see,
Okay.
when I select that, it's the whole semicircle.
Yeah.
And there's that one. So there are just 4 pieces. Okay, so now it doesn't show up here. It does show up there. We're in good shape. And we need to change this now to read inset 1. And this is called what? And
What did we call it before?
it was an access easement
Yeah, proposed
reserved.
access easement.
What was the title again?
I just say access easement.
Okay. So,
No, it's proposed. It doesn't exist yet.
so proposed, oops. Proposed access easement. Do we need to say reserved or anything like that?
No.
All right.
He's not reserving it. He's donating it to someone else.
I see. Then I'm going to make this underlined. I'll say okay. And is that also the same thing for down this one, right?
It's that one's the easement reserve. Access easement reserve.
All right. So I'm going to take this, copy from there. To there. And then this one is inset 2. Do I have them numbered correctly? I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay. And this one is just access easement reserved, or is it also proposed?
Or you can call it reserved access easement.
So like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so inset 1, inset 2, here they're titled. We don't have to clutter up everything. We will want to rearrange the rotation of that point attribute. So twist point attributes, twist by twist screen, attributes to twist, all 0, select from the screen, that one. Are there any other that are out of whack?
I don't think so. That one needs to be moved a little bit so that it's not running through the line or the line's not running through it.
That is correct. And I think the reason that that one got whacked out is because, now remember, don't ever grab this from that point, but grab it from where it's showing here. Now, you see that little size?
Yes.
That's because of this annotative scaling. That it's sort of a preview of what it would be at the right size. And there's not really much we can do short of moving it up a bit at a time. to try to see if that's going to suit what we want it to say, or maybe we want to put it up here in this corner. Okay, so maybe it wants to go right there. So there's not really any way to do that unless what is happening is that this is a Zoom related thing. And once we're off Zoom, you do get to see the full preview. I don't know.
Right.
And now what is this? Okay, so that was intended to be on a separate line. It wasn't because it was squashed. That's what I was looking at. Okay. Out there, do a regen, make sure our codes come up. There we go. Make sure everything looks good there.
I think this one looks a lot better than the original.
Well, we're getting places, you know. I'm not real superiorly happy with that being, with that going through here. I think this and this, if I do, now, why is that one? Oh, I'll tell you why that one's not changing size is because it is, that was drawn before we switched to the annotative points.
Okay.
So it would be, so if we blew this up in another inset, it would have giant text. But because we redrew this up here with, and that's the size of its attribute there. If we were to see it over here, we would see it's also that same height on the paper instead of being blown up 4 times bigger. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that got that from going through the W. We could slide it up a little bit later if we were all that concerned. I think that'll get you what you need. Now that's a lot better, I think, than this one was, perhaps. However, I don't want you to be discouraged though by saying, "Oh, gee, I screwed it all up. I did it wrong." No, you. I'm proud of you. You did the great. You did great stuff. You jumped in there and did what you thought would solve that because you knew you wanted to take this off away from this mess and not make a big cluttered mess. So that's what we wound up doing by this. And again, remember, you can move these anywhere you need to and rearrange them. And everything will go with it. Just remember when you do that, you have to also select these labels out here. They're just text outside of that. Okay. So now when we were to, if we were to look at this, and I'll put this out here with my favorite little desktop junk. Well, desktop, oh, it was test. There's one out there somewhere on your system called junk. Just when you find it, just toss it.
Okay.
And let's see, this guy we don't need. That was the legend from before. And so let's go take a peek at, oh, there's junk. I can delete him if I can find it. Doesn't need to be shredded, but I couldn't find the delete button. So welcome to Windows. And there it still shows up. I don't have any idea. I'll leave that to you.
Okay.
That's part of why I use a Mac. All right, so now this is going to look like this.
Yeah, I think it's much better.
And we've got the first inset, the second inset. They're not exactly lined up left to left, but I'm not terribly concerned about that. You know, shoot, hold on. I can't seem to. I don't want. The tool I want is the one to let you pan the drawing, but well, they 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 take it all away from us once we get used to it. I don't understand that, but anyway. So you see, I'm this far off the left border here, but I'm closer here.
Yeah.
You could scoot that over if you wanted, maybe. Or you're, you know, one or the other, or whatever else, or one could go here, the other one could go up here. Just however you need to make it happen. Once you're finished with all this, like, you know, this stuff can come down, that can come down, this whole viewport here can come down over. But it's looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, I think so.
So now we cleared up a lot of mess in here with that arrow and all of that. These insets are very clear as to what they are, where they're going, and they're larger and therefore able to show the clarifications.
Right.
So, okay.
Very good.
All right. Anything else that's urgent or that you'd like to find out about?
Not today.
Okay.
My brain is full.
Yeah. Yeah. So is mine. I'm glad to know that. I'm glad to have learned that about the points. I didn't realize that points would be annotative as well. The symbols of the points. So that's something good to know. And that's otherwise when we go to blow up those insets with those points being so close together, they would still be just giant.
Right.
But now, and also because we're not really monumenting those corners, I think just leaving the ones that are monumented is really a better intent. And then, you know, you can see when you look at this, and you know, somewhere you're going to write, I'm sure, a description that follows those meets and bounds around for these reserved areas. And it will be clear because you'll say starting at this point and you'll call it along this line.
Right.
You know, so all of those things will be clear. We don't necessarily need to have points sitting there. So and I think, and that's really the only reason in my experience that we've ever had to put meets and bounds on easements is to support the written description of those as a conveyed piece of property. Otherwise, I often see them as just a width measurement. And, you know, so like, for instance, this 40 footer here in the corner, that's, to me, tells me that it's 40 feet away from that property line. And so it would just follow that property line all the way around. I don't need any documentation on that line to tell me that it goes at this same bearing. I know that it does based on this, but that's me. Some lawyers, some jurisdictions, they want to see all of these things to double check that they're going to match the legal description of the easement, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So, but I think what you've got here is a really nice looking piece of property or mapping. You have 14, you've got 16. So there, yes, there are obviously different angles. And and here's a couple things to take away from this. When you make these insets like that you're trying to blow something up and put it over here, if this viewport that we took it out of happens to be rotated on the page, we just need to make sure that we match that rotation.
Right.
Okay. There's nothing technically wrong if we leave this north up, but then we need to put little north arrows and make some kind of concession to the fact that your eye is going to be tricked. You're going to look at this, you're going to look over here and expect it to sort of match up.
Right.
Same way when we're driving down the road, my wife likes, if back in the days when we used to use paper maps, she would open up the map and she'd have to turn the map around to orient to the way we were driving. You know, so it's a human nature type of thing like that. Okay. And then I'll leave it to you on saving that as a template into those places. You remember how to do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All righty, look for the posting. I managed to get the recording, so it'll take it a while to get up there and posted. But I'll get it there and you'll see it. And we shall go from there.
Very good.
All right, so I'll stop my.
Until the next time.
You bet, sir. I'll turn that off. And somewhere here it is. All right. Well, I will. I guess, yeah, we're done. I'll go ahead and do the ending and we'll talk to you later.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, Mike, take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye.